Hello, everyone, and welcome back to more Mind Colonies. Um, if you feel as though something seems different with my avatar, um, that's because there is. Not just like outfit wise. What if I do this? Will this? Oh, cool. So that does work. Um, then I can just like do that. Boop. Okay, that's interesting. I mean, it's a little annoying, but it does work technically. Um, but yeah, if you notice that if you feel like there's something a little different about my avatar, like she's moving around a bit more and stuff, that's because I'm trying a new program. Um, and not to, shit on VC Face. Um, because I don't know that the problem is VC Face. Um, but I have a lot of issues with the tracking. Again, I have no idea if it is VC Face or if it's something else. I have tried a couple of different programs. Um, you know, in the interim here between these two episodes, um, and none of them really were the most satisfactory. So it is quite possible that like I just need better like face capture, um but I am using a different program. It is called V Magic Mirror. 68 framed cobble with birch, one polished diorite slab. Um, so yeah, I don't know how good this is particularly. 21 cobble stair, 2 dandelion, 3 coarse dirt, 14 strip birch log, 1 chest for some reason, 94 wheat shingles with birch, 3 birch plank, 32 birch fence, a birch door. Sorry, I'm a little like I was trying to, talk while typing all this stuff, but then I kind of got like focused. 2 white beds, even though we only need 1. Cobble slab, 24 diorite, 59 cobble, 24 birch log, and 13 polished diorite. So basically, the reason it says that it needs 2 white beds, no food production detected. Build a farm or fisher's hut before adding more residences. Hmm. All right. Well, why don't we do that then, I guess? um, I mean, I can. It is true that I don't have a farm or anything like that. I've never seen that come up before. Like, I've always done a lot of, um, yeah, I've always kind of done a lot of this stuff, um, in this way. Fishing rod. Oh. Uh, Fisher, Fisher's hut, build tool, Fisher's hut, and farm. Let's see, I could do 2 farms if I use a stone hoe. Oh, it won't let me dump that in there. Which, I mean, I kind of do get, because, it's connected to all of this, right? I did, if you look real, like, hard here, you can see I did connect these chests. The problem is that these chests are full of a bunch of random stuff, and I used these filtered link cables, which basically tells it like, hey, only allow these items in. And there's just some items, that like the filtering isn't big enough for all of the items, is what I'm saying. So not much you can do about that, though, unfortunately. So we do want to do the Fisher's hut, and if we do a Fisher's hut, it would look best right up against the water. The main issue is just that I haven't really finished, like, fixing this area yet. So I'm not entirely sure, like, what is going to stay here as far as, like, the water. I guess we could try putting it down to start. Husbandry? Yes, Fisher's hut. Fisherman! Now, if you don't build it into the water, it does include these little blocks here that will create water when you construct the structure. I'm thinking it would be best. Oh, that's wild. It can just completely float. Like, it's designed to just float. Oh, it really is. Okay, that's kind of interesting, actually. Like, if it can just be free floating as a whole. Like, yeah, the entire thing can just float. Because it's got the logs here going down. And, like, the space underneath it is empty, So, like, it's built to be, like, built on the water. Like, it's designed so that it can be built just on the water. Which is really cool. And so I might do that. But if I do, I would still want to build enough of it on land that I can mark it, like mark where it's, at. Which, I mean, you know, even if I build it like this, right? So that, like, it's still more or less completely floating. Like, the ground, the structure, like, starts here. So,
Those baked potatoes hit the spot.
and I'm thinking that what I would want to do is something kind of like this. Which would be perfect because right here could then be the cobblestone. Oh dear. I am seeing some bug biting going on my wrist here, and that means that we might have some, well, it pretty much guarantees rather that there are that we have in fact transported some bed bugs from our old house, which I I'll be completely honest, I was like almost 100% sure was gonna happen. Um, like it's kind of stupid trying to like not transfer bed bugs. When you have them. So, tactical training or tactic training rather. That means we can now construct a barracks. So that's awesome. I'm going to have to keep an eye because I don't like what we really tried really hard to like bring as little from the other house as possible just because of the bed bugs. Um, but unfortunately, I kind of expected that to happen. Part of it is, and maybe, uh, you know, don't tell the family this, but they're the ones that actually have the bugs. Like they are the source of the bugs, basically. Like my parents' bed is just like ridiculously infested with bed bugs. And part of that is that it is a sleep number bed, which means that like they can't do any of the like normal stuff that you have to do to get rid of the bed bugs. But that also means that they can't really do anything that you would normally do to get rid of the bed bugs. Like, there's not a lot of options there. Um, and so, like, I don't know. I honestly have no idea what could ever actually be done to fix the problem. So, I don't think I need to mark all the way around it. I think this marker here is good enough. Unless I because I could do what I did with the university, right? Where I like contoured the cobblestone. So maybe, I could do that. Where it's like, I can still mark out the structure, but just maybe not, by putting a big, like, cobblestone ring around it. In, like, the usual sense, Like a big floating cobblestone ring, You just kind of dig like this. So I wanted to kind of inform people that at the moment streams are going to have to return to being on hold. And this may not even apply by the time this episode goes live, because I think this goes live on Friday. But basically, the new house that we're living in only has like one good cable. Cable. At least that's what the cable guy, said. Because I guess they had to like they had to like install a whole new like cable for the cable modem. And what that means is that, unfortunately, the only place that we can like currently install the router and cable modem and everything is clear on the other side of the house. And unfortunately, that means that the internet is not great on this side, where I am. And like the first day when we were still like setting up and like kind of still doing things, it wasn't that bad. But like now that people are actually using the internet, there's a lot of clog. Like I've had a good amount of like internet drops and stuff. Just even today. And so unfortunately, it is very likely, oh my gosh. I'm like I don't see this bug anywhere, but I'm like actively being like bitten by it. I don't understand that. This is the thing I don't understand about bed bugs. like, they're not tiny little bugs. And, like, there was a time where I thought they must be, like, these really tiny things. Because I would regularly be getting bit, and there was just nothing I could do. Like, I could never find them. But they're, like, not. They're not small. And I don't understand. Like, how I can be... Like, I can feel them bite me. You know? And then, like, look down, and I just don't see a freaking bug. Yellow and gray wool with some iron ingots. That's a weird recipe, but okay. If you say so. Okay, so anyway, so basically because of, you know, internet trouble, basically, there's just not much I can currently do to, like, actively, you know, stream as much as I would perhaps like to. Gray wool. Obviously, gray dye. That's white and black. White, of course, being bone meal, which I could get. I don't believe I have a spot even for bone meal itself on here. So maybe we'll put that here. And then we want to make white dye. We want to make black dye. We want to make gray dye. And even light gray dye. Let me make the white dye and the black dye again. Now white goes here, light gray, regular gray, black. So we've got the gray dye, so then we want gray wool. We needed 4 of these, was it? For the measure? For the measuring tape? Am I wrong? Was it black dye? It was gray wool. 1, 2, 3. Okay. So gray wool. And then the measuring. So this is a mod that I added, the tape measure. And basically it just lets you do this, where you can measure distances. So, neat. Very cool. It is a very useful tool at times. I've actually never used this mod before, but I have done like measuring tool mods before. Well, that is exactly 20, eh? So if I wanted 18, so like if I wanted the torches directly in the middle, that would get me there. What's a good number? I guess we could do like 5. And like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Maybe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. If I do 2 further in, then there'll be 6 between each, basically between each torch. So, well, 7, from torch to torch. But you would be like measuring the in-between space or whatever. So, anyway, it's good. It's good enough, is what I'm saying. So we need 16 coarse dirt, 107 birch slabs, 18 birch plank. Also, I can actually use my numpad for this. 1 barrel, 17 birch stair, 149 birch log, 27 dirt, and 5 sand. But yeah, I can actually use my my numpad with this program because it doesn't have like a recalibrate button, which is slightly concerning with how much I would use it on VC face. But again, maybe that's just an indication more of VC face than anything else, or excuse me, other way around. Maybe that's just an indication of my freaking face tracking like hardware than it is VC face, like just because, maybe my capture stuff isn't great. This is partly why I went and bought a Nintendo Switch camera, because I know that the Switch camera is supposed to be like pretty decent at like face capture. But I haven't been able to get it to work. I don't know why. It worked fine just the other day, and now it doesn't work at all. I wanted to try it with this new program, but again, it's not working. Like, it's not showing up as available. I can't even turn it on in OBS. Like, none of my software is seeing the camera. So, it's plugged in, to be clear. Like, it is plugged in and everything. It's just not showing up. If I unplugged it and replugged it, it would probably show up fine. I just haven't done that. So, alright. So let's build the Fisher's Hut, since it's all like, you gotta build food. Like, I've never seen that before, though. I have no coarse dirt at all. What? What do you mean I have no gravel? Huh? I'm out of gravel? I mean, I guess that makes sense because I have Fortune 3 on my shovel. So, like, I've been getting flint instead. But I'm really out of freaking gravel. Like, that kind of blows my mind a little bit. Just because, like, I don't know. I've always just had so much gravel, you know? I mean, I guess I can dig it with my freaking, fist. Um, Using the torch method prevents, like, the fallen gravel from turning into flint. So that's kind of why I was doing that. Mining 45 blocks. Right, that's not connected down there. So yeah, I can just do that. And it should be perfectly fine. Because I didn't have it connected down here. Yeah, it wouldn't hurt to just pick up a little extra dirt here so that I can fill in these spots that I'm, like, mining out. Ooh. That's kind of like some of my concern in a way. Like, look at how dark it is down there. Like, I have a concern that if I, like, vein mine the gravel, like, it's just gonna flood with water and be, like, ridiculous. So I'm gonna do this and kind of fill in a lot of this, like, water here. In the hopes that when I vein mine the gravel, like, the water will just be contained. Or, you know, can also just not exist at all by me doing that kind of thing. You know? I could just vein mine just a ton of gravel here. Well, I mean, that is kind of what I was concerned about right there. It's like, this is just, it's all gravel under there. Like, there's so much gravel down there. Like, I don't know, like, what do I do? You know? It's just that there's just so much freaking gravel here. I know that I'm gonna do that and bust open freaking the water in the process, you know? But, like, also, is that, like, a bad thing? You know? Like, busting up all this gravel down here, but then also, like, causing water to flow everywhere. Like, I need, like, a sponge to deal with this. Clearly. Like, I don't even know what's going on down here. Like, I can't see jack squat. I like put a torch there. Yes. Like, I'm just wanting the gravel, you know? I'm like, yeah, you know, I'm creating a lot of freaking flowing water and such. Kind of super annoyingly, but also, like, I've gotten a lot of gravel from this. You know? problem is just that like because of my shovel having fortune, I can't just like use it to mine everything. Whoop. It wasn't done falling. Like, if I didn't have a Fortune 3 shovel, I could just vein mine all of this gravel. I mean, I suppose I could vein mine all of this gravel without. You know, without, yeah. Without, you know, necessarily needing the shovel, is what I meant. That just was not the words that were coming out. You know? There, that should help. I mean, I guess I can just freaking mine it. You know? And I mean, we do need to consider going and getting not getting, but going to an ocean monument. So maybe it would be worth it to get, like, you know, some sponge. But obviously, you know, the big thing there would just be, you know, trying to defeat the freaking guardian, the elder guardian. And that's the sort of difficult part, yeah? Also, I added a mod that is literally called the bridging mod. And it just implements bedrock-like block bridging, or like bedrock, you know, bridging like block placement. So I'm gonna call that good for now. We'll make it look a little more like natural. But that did give us a lot of freaking gravel. So, okay. So I need to come over here and do some more research now that they're done with the tactic training. Because I believe I dropped off, yes, stamina. 1 carrot. I had a carrot. Well, I have many carrots, apparently, in there. But anyway, the point is, I put stuff in there so that I could do research. And that seems to be going well. That seems to have been helpful. All right, so coarse dirt. We needed 16 of this. Birch slabs. We need 107, which would be, I believe that's 120 right there. So that should be more than enough. Um, 110, 107. Then we need 18 planks. Oh, those are probably the horses. I'm like, what is that, like, horrifying noise? I think it is the skeleton horses. We need 29 birch fences. We need a regular Minecraft vanilla barrel. We need some birch stairs. Which, before we do that, let's make the sawmill. That's right. I added the saw. I added a saw mod. So I should now be able to take the planks, toss them in here, and voila! Look at all the things we can saw. Like, good lord. That's way more than I expected. Like, I didn't realize I was going to have all this, like, extra stuff. That's really cool. So 17 birch stairs. Um, 149 birch logs. Now this would be 128. So I need another, what, 20-ish? 21-ish? And then we need a little bit of dirt. Maybe. I mean, we'll find out, you know, later, I guess. And then the 5 sand. And that should be all the things that we need. And I believe it was, as usual, Jeremiah that is the one building. So let's go drop all of this stuff off with him. Barrel, fence, log, plank, slab, stair, dirt, sand, torch. So now he should be able to build the fishing pond. The issue that I do think we're going to run into is I don't know if I have anybody that's unemployed right now. I do not. So I need to consider doing something about that. So my options in that regard are I can either upgrade a building or I can build another residence somewhere. I wouldn't exactly be opposed to building another residence. This is not necessarily a bad place to put a residence. It really just requires some clearing. You might notice that I did lower the chop requirement. Just cause, like, you know, it does kind of, I imagine it has to get tiring to, like, watch. You know, as I just sit here and freaking chop for an hour. So let's see. Yeah, I am kind of thinking like this area here. Like just going in and, you know, knocking down this little like hill area. And then that, you know, I can then put like a residence here. So that's kind of what I'm thinking. You know, I'm thinking, you know, to just like make that be like a residence there. I think that would work fine. I definitely heard a witch, which does not invoke good feelings. And then maybe what I could do is put a residence here, and then also put one of the farms here. That could be a good idea. Why don't we consider doing that? Residence. And of course, all of this is assuming that I can build here because, oh yeah, because I have the guard tower. I have that guard tower right there, and that's going way the frick out there. So yeah. Will be good. Let's do, let's have a little bit of fun by switching to the default Minecolonies residence. So that we build something that's, you know, maybe a little different. We do need to push it back by one. And then that should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then one more over. There we go. Plus, this lets us build a, build with different resources. So, because you can see this is all like oak instead of, pure birch. And it gives our colony a diverse look. I like doing this. Instead of like just doing one style and only one style, I like to go in and every time I'm building like something where like a structure is in the colony like multiple times over and over again, I like to do this, where I don't necessarily use the same one over and over again, I still wish I could raise that house there by one, but I don't know of a way to do it without legitimately like tearing the entire thing down. And I don't feel like doing that because that would be really annoying. Bloom? I've been getting a lot of that lately. Again, no errors, but like my computer just goes boom as if something disconnected. But it doesn't like show me any kind of like, this thing, this device disconnected or whatever. It just goes blue. And then that's literally the extent of it. And I'm just like, what the frick? Hey, just in time. I was just about to say. that this one will have to wait until the Fisher hut is done. But right as I want to say that, it finished. Oak plank, 3 oak plank panel, 1 crafting table, 58 cobble stair, a red bed, 2 oak doors, 40 cobblestone, 2 barrels, 40 oak slabs, 39 oak logs, 114 oak stairs, and 10 oak fences. Lots of oak. Lots and lots of oak. But this is the official, like, original Minecolonies, you know? So, so let's start with the furnace. God, this makes everything so much easier. I need 193 oak planks, which is 3 stacks plus oh, I typed that wrong. 0.015625. Oh. Wow. It's literally 1 extra plank. That's why that was such a weird freaking number. It came out as 3.015625. It's like, what the frick is that? And it's just that it was freaking a single plank, basically. Stop that. Let's see. Oak panels. Oak plank panel. Okay. Now a cobble stair, or rather cobble stairs. A red bed, which I definitely don't have the red dye. So let's make that. And since I've now made the red dye, which goes here in the wool, it would then go there in the dye. Now we could turn one of our white beds into a red bed. That should be fine. Oak doors, we have 2. We need some cobblestone. Whoops. We need 2 vanilla barrels, which I ran out of wood. There we go. I'm running out of planks. We need 40 oak slabs. We also need 39 oak logs. And then we need some oak stairs. Which to do that, I'm going to need to make some stuff here. 114 divided by 64 is 1.78125. 78125 is 50. So a stack and then 50. But also then I'm going to need the fences. Cool. I love the sawmill. Ow. And I'm going to assume it's Jeremiah working on it yet again, because it's always Jeremiah that's working on these things. It is indeed. I just forgot to pull the stuff out of my backpack. Ta-da! And so then that will get us the residence. And I'm definitely not going to be able to put the oak plank panels anywhere. So I'll have to just put that into the system. Like manually. And then, I mean, if I'm going to freaking go to... See, I need to get more villagers. I need to breed more villagers so that I can get more freaking enchants. But I don't know, like, how to get more villagers. I did add something that is supposed to allow villagers to do, you know, griefing, basically. Villager griefing. And so, like, I'm kind of hoping that they're able to freaking repopulate now on their own. But I don't actually know. So what I'm going to do is come over here. And just grab up a bunch of crops. And I know that carrots work. So what I'm going to do is just basically chuck a handful of carrots at the villagers. Probably just like take a stack and like divide it up. You know, and then like throw out 32 and 32. Do kind of wish that we had Quark's 3x3 harvesting. But it is what it is, I guess. And some netherwort. And we can come over to the village. And there is a part of me that's like, you know, maybe some of why, like, they're not breeding is due to maybe, like, these chunks just aren't loaded. And some of that concerns me. Because you never know. But hey, we've got some villagers doing the breed skis. So that's good. The mod was indeed beneficial in that regard. So now we have 2 babies. Yeah, these chunks are not actually loaded. They're just claimed. And really I only need those ones. So maybe we just, like, maybe we just load these chunks. So that maybe these guys can actually, like, do some stuff. Because I'm sure even they would like the ability to, you know, do things. Especially in this really cramped space. I mean, I would have, like, brought them over to the colony. You know? The problem is, I don't really have a good way of doing that. Like, Minecraft has just never really had a good method of transporting villagers until the freaking the Happy Gas came out, and with it brought along the ability to put boats on leads. Like, until that point, like, there really just wasn't a good way to go about it. And unfortunately, as much as I love that update, this mod pack is not built for that update. In fact, there's not a lot of mods that are built for that update, because a lot of mods seem to have just stopped at 121.1 and just decided, like, yeah, we're good. Like, we don't need to update any further than that. But we're fine. Just unraveled the mystery of stamina. Cool. Wow. Great job, villagers. Just trampling their crops here. Like, they keep stepping on top of the composter. And then that breaks their crops. You know? More carrots. Maybe we can get some more breeding. Once I bring over some more beds. We did get 2, which is a good start. Don't get me wrong. But we can do better. We can throw these seeds into there. We can throw these things into there. And then we can make 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. We'll make 7. Now we'll head back to the village. And with an additional 7 beds, who knows? You know, maybe we'll get even more villagers. This is a precarious place to freaking sleep, though. We can wake up in the morning falling out of bed and dropping freaking what is this, 4 meters? You roll out of bed in the morning and fall and nearly die. You freaking guys. Like, they keep jumping off of these oak planks here and breaking the ground. Like, look at that. He literally just did it. I kind of wondered. I threw him most of the... I threw him most of the carrots. So that was understandable. Where's the other farmer? Huh? Where did the other farmer go? Did he, like, get lost in the caves? No? Where's the other farmer? Reuben C. Ellicock is now happily living in Mezior. Why do I only see one farmer? What happened to the other farmer? Huh? I'm so confused. Where's my potato and beetroot farmer? Like, they didn't get out, did they? Oh, they did because I put the composter up against the wall. That's what happened. Would you like to get back in? Yes, yes he would. I was like, did they get out somehow? And yes, the answer was yes. Yes, they did. I hope he was the only one that got out. Oh, wait, there's a kid out here. There we go. I don't see any villagers on the mini-map. So I'm going to assume that that means that they're all back in. I didn't realize that placing the composter there was going to let them out. Otherwise, I would not have done that. But I have fixed that now. I guess all we can do is wait for them to grow up and then hopefully also have more babies. Because, you know, there were the two there that, you know, there were the two there, so I guess I will just kind of let them continue going about their own life. It would be really nice to figure out a way to, like, transport them all over here. And then, like, we could build, like, a structure that's just for them. So, I think that would be pretty fun, actually. But with that, we now have another residence, and there's a person living in there that will be able to do something when they grow up. The exact thing that they will do, I don't know. But what we can do is figure out where the hospital, the mine is in here. What am I looking for? Luxury, carpentry, storage, agriculture, farm. Farm is what I'm looking for. It's almost a little ridiculous to me that I... What the frick? Okay. I was looking at the little thing and I was like, oh, it's not that big. And then I realized that it was, in fact, that big. And then I was like, what the frick? So this is ground level here. I was like, oh, hey, the farm isn't really that big of a structure. That's cool. It's freaking gigantic. Like, the farm is freaking massive. Like, good lord, bro. Like, why it gotta be that freaking massive? Well, let's go ahead and put it over here, though. Good. I love when I freaking break the block that I just placed down. It's so cool. So, like, when it levels up, it does use up this space. Okay. So I don't want to, like, contour to the way that is. Ouch. Gray bed. I mean, I knew this time would come eventually. Well, we would have to tear down the supply camp. It doesn't make it any less sad to tear down our point of origin. I mean, you're supposed to do that. Like, that's kind of the whole point of the supply camp. It gives you a lot of the, like, starting resources and blocks. But even so, it's still sad. You know? I like to try to keep the supply camp for as long as I can. because it's fun to see how long it takes before the supply camp gets used. That's odd that there's this entire like extra square that there's no blocks in. But since there isn't, oh, and even over here, there's just an entire area here that never like gets anything. Well, we'll work on, you know, the possibility of fixing all of that another time. And now it's just a matter of tearing down the supply camp. Want to do that before I break this? So that I don't freaking drop, got it. I legitimately could not figure out why it was not breaking. Like, I was sitting there trying and trying, but it's like, why will it not freaking break the armor stand? But then it did. So, alright. Whoop. I do have a little bit more dirt. So I can fill those in. Ooh. Some coarse dirt. Don't mind if I do. Alright. Build. 8 birch trap door, 20 birch slab, 40 birch planks, 95 birch fences, 1 field block, 8 birch stairs, 213 stripped birch wood. Yeesh. Nope, never mind. That's dirt. 13 dirt. 5 stripped birch wood. That's better. 11 birch wood. 8 stripped birch logs. 21 cobblestone. 3 hay bales. And 14 birch logs. It is really funny though watching Sparkles like doing the mine colony stuff, and he's just not even like trying to like track the resources that he needs. He's just like, you know, he just like puts the thing down, and then the NPCs are like, "Hey, I need this," and he's like, "Oh my gosh." And then I laugh because it's like, you do have to supply them, you know. Like, you don't have a forester, you don't have a sawmill. You will have to supply the things they need. It's just funny, you know? Oh, you actually can't make trapdoors in here. Suppose that makes sense. So, trapdoors, then we need 8. Birch slabs. Hey, we have 20. Birch wood, we have 11.
Someone please fix my housing situation. This is horrible.
Rather, we have, you know, but we have the 11 that we need. And then we've got the stripped birch wood. Birch planks. We need 40 of. Whoa, I forgot about all this stuff. Let me fix this first. Orange wool. Orange goes there. Birch wood, that's for other things. These can go in here. Yeah, I had some stripped birch wood already in there. I don't know why the birch door didn't go into the system. Ah! Well, that would be the reason. This drawer was not locked. As it turns out. Which also means that I have run out of space on the oak planks. Freaking wool. There even is light blue. Yellow. So then green, or lime green, cyan, light blue. I think that's where that goes. Hope I didn't accidentally leave anything else unlocked. I don't think so. Upgrade. Templates. Upgrade template. Weird. Upgrade. It didn't see. Is it like not seeing this drawer? It's connected to everything. So I don't know why it wouldn't be. Bell? Crafting table? Maybe it can only, maybe it can't even see the items that are not like part of the filter, you know? That would be really annoying. Guess I could always just hit the always on. I don't know if that... I don't know. I don't know how that works. For now, we'll just call that fine. Okay. Trapdoors. We need 8 of those. I didn't realize I had a bunch of those already. We needed... Oh, yeah, because they were in my inventory. The birch planks. That's right. Again, I need to disable that. Birch fences. We need 95. So another 32. Okay. We need a field block. We need birch stairs. We need lots of dirt, supposedly. Birch wood. Is stripped birch. Where did the... Huh? Where did the stripped birch wood go? Right here. But then why couldn't it see that? I'm very confused. Maybe it's because I cleared it, but then I left it as an allow list. Yes, that was the problem. So then we got the birch wood, we got the stripped birch wood, we got the stripped birch log. We need 14 of these. We need 21 of that. And then we need hay bales. And that should be that. Now, I'm going to assume it's once again Jeremiah that is working on this, because it's always Jeremiah working on everything. I mean, I guess it makes sense. It is over here, after all. So it probably shouldn't be too surprising. And he already had some birch logs, as well as some dirt. So he did not need like half of those resources. So how about that? On the dirt and the birch log, I mean. And the cobblestone, it looks like. But then that will create the farm. And then I'll need a field block. Actually, there was a field block in that. I wonder if that's part of why the structure is so big. I wonder if there's like a farm like pre-built into this. I guess we'll have to find out when it finishes. I bought new headphones. And these headphones feel like really tight. Like, I don't know. Key ring, storage for keys. Drawer puller, priority key. I don't quite understand what the detached drawer is.
I mean, it's filling, but I'd love me some cake.
What? Pause key. Pauses controller IO. Cycle drawer through priority levels. Framing table. Storage racks. And the controllers. Common network storage. So this is supposed to connect somehow. Compatibility add-on. For Minecolonies. Because there is all features in the wiki. Because we have simple storage network, courier network storage. Add network storage and warehouse building. If some storage mods are installed, you place a link block. Links warehouse and storage network. Courier can insert and extract items at storage network via link block. Okay. I don't entirely understand. Place the link block at the warehouse floor. Open the network storage tab in warehouse building. Click refresh. Simple storage network. let me see. Oh, storage inventory for colonists. Oh, this is probably old. Okay, that tells me nothing because that's an old video. They have a video on the site that's like, look, you know, watch it work. But it's an old video. Let's see. At compatibility, that's literally it. Okay. So I think I'm not entirely sure I understand. So do I like put it here then? Network storage, refresh, and then it doesn't do anything. Does it need to be... I build another warehouse. Oh, I don't have any diamonds. I have a block of diamonds. Compatibility. Network storage. So then, like, if I do that. Insert and extract. Like, does it need to be... like lined up with this? Refresh. Nothing. What block is this? 519, 1119. 519, 1119. I mean, that's over here. And then 1119. That is right above the composter. Right there. Network cables. I don't know if this needs to like connect to the warehouse itself. Or like exactly how this works. The network cable does not even go into it. Okay. What about a link cable? Nada. Add network storage tab. And place link block. What link warehouse and storage network? This is not well written. It's not good English. Link block is storage inventory for colonist. But there isn't a block called storage inventory for colonist. It's just a common network storage. I am very confused. Because, like, this is the whole reason I even installed this mod. Here, let's tell it don't allow the build tool. So that I have no chance of accidentally losing it in there. Like, what do I do? There's request table. Colonist. No, the common network storage. That's the only one. And, I mean, that's the warehouse. But I don't know, like, how to... I don't know how. I don't know how to. I just wanted to make things easier. But I don't know how to use that. Completed building farm. Good, good, good. I know that we had somebody. I know we had a kid. I don't know if they've grown up or not. If they have, they are not working at the Fisher's Hut. So let's go to the town hall. And take a look-ski. We have nobody that is unemployed. Oh, frickin' fluid managers. I want to just disable the fluid manager job. Frickin' Ruben over here. Here. We'll come over and we'll hire Ruben at the farm. Ruben. Then he has one field, which is this one. Now I can technically plant anything. but I think I'm going to select potatoes. One, two, three, four. It's only 4 out. In each direction. And that will help out with us supplying the stuff that it'll help with the potatoes for now. You know, potato. I don't actually know if I have enough potatoes for him to. Whoops. Do I even have a stone hoe? I do not. Okay. Have to give him one. And I should consider doing a tier 2 upgrade on the farm as well. I mean, I should consider getting tier 2 upgrades on just about anything, really.
Without this, I can't work.
Without this, I can't work. You're fine there, Ruben. You now have whatever it was that you were complaining about. Probably that you needed potatoes and a hoe. You have them now, so you're fine. So now he will go in, he will hoe the ground in this field, and then he will plant the potatoes. So, yay! Let's check our university, because I know that they finished researching the hospital. And so now I need to consider what to research next. The next best thing would probably be either the Mystic Site or the Graveyard. I do not have a level 2 Town Hall, so I can't do that. Don't get me wrong, crits are nice. We need a mine for that. We need a forester for the sawmill. We need a level 2 mine for the smeltery, a level 3 mine there. We need a level 3 farm for the composter's hut. So I guess I'll go grab a diamond and we'll get the Mystic Site for now. But I am going to need to go hunting for diamonds, and I am going to need to get some other stuff added in. Like I'm going to need to get some of this. I need to upgrade a lot of the freaking people. That's what I'm saying. Like I need to start considering like getting level 2 upgrades to a lot of the buildings. Because it's just a little ridiculous otherwise. No, I have no idea what I'm saying. Again, my train of thought ran away and just has not been willing to return. And there's nothing I can do about that. So I have no clue what I'm saying. Um. Okay. So then, I mean, I could upgrade that residence now. But also, I kind of think I want to make my way down here. To the iron vein. Which is where exactly from here? That's a really good question. Iron vein is over there. Okay. Ah, yes. Because the iron vein was nowhere actually in the colony. I remember this now. But that's good, because that puts me over here. And thus, we should have... Am I at the iron vein? Or... Where's that? Up there. How do I get over there? Say, surely I have a way over there since I was over there. You know? Up there. Maybe? Good lord. Like, getting to this is convoluted. Okay, well, we're at it now. Serene, if you're looking for diamonds, why did you go to the iron vein? Because, one, I do need iron. And two, because I will be mining out so much stuff while going through the iron vein, there is a very real possibility. Really? It freaking... I was kind of hoping that I could, like, ultimine just the tough out of the way. But it doesn't look like I can do that. Because it wants to ultimine the deep slate along with the tough. Oh wait, no, I can just ultimine the just the tough because the tough is a softer block than the deep slate is. Okay. Boo, boo, boo. Also, now that I do have the Ultimine, if I do find a large, like, blob of tough, I can Ultimine my way through it. And I bet you anything that I will reveal large quantities of diamonds in the process. Not because, like, there's any particular, like, generation rule that's, like, spawn near tough or anything. It's just that by mining such large quantities of tough, you're clearing out large swaths of area where you might come across other blocks. That's all. But that said, this is an iron vein. Although I might have reached the edge of the iron part. And all of this tough is just the residual tough that is at, like, the beginning and the end of every vein. But if we do find some diamonds, we should find large quantities. You know? Just because we have fortune. Plenty of flint. can definitely do some flint trades. Oop, lots of iron right here. It's almost like disappointing to find the blocks of raw iron. Like, I do realize that, you know, you do get more out of that than you get out of, you know, the iron ore blocks, even with like fortune and stuff. But it's like cool, you know, I can fortune the raw iron, but then you get the blocks of raw iron, and it's like, ah, it's only going to give me 9, no matter what. You know? Like, you can't fortune the raw iron. Diamonds! A whopping 5. But it's more than we would have gotten without fortune. Because without fortune, we would have only gotten 2. That said, I know that my trick has so far only worked once. You know, we only found just those 1 set of diamonds. In the iron vein here. But I promise you that when the more we mine, the more we'll find, you know? And this is actually a big blob of tuff. Alas, it would seem even my search through the big blobs of tuff strategy hasn't worked in this particular case. Also, I haven't actually had the shaders on. I have just kind of realized. I mean, again, in fairness, shaders really are not that big of a deal to me. And like, somebody will comment like, well, you know, you say it wasn't a big deal, but you were the one that went and got the shaders. And like, yeah, like nobody asked for the shaders in like the comments or the streams or anything. I did go and get the shaders on my own, you know, of my own volition. But even so, I would think the very fact that, like, I, you know, had the shaders off for like half of this is a pretty good view of, like, how little the shaders honestly affect things for me. And, you know, I don't know, like, really at all how much, like, people are either, like, enjoying or disliking the shaders. Because the first episode with the shaders hasn't even aired as of the time of recording this. Look! Diamonds! 15. Not bad. These big blobs of tuff tend to be really good for finding diamonds. At least in my vanilla playthrough, when I was doing all of that mining for tuff for the ziggurat, like, I came across, like, what was it, like 4 stacks of diamonds. Granted, again, we do have Fortune 3 even in that series. So I'm sure that, you know, Fortune is pulling its weight here when it comes to mining, you know, so many diamonds from all this tuff. But, like, if you want diamonds, like, this is just kind of what you have to do to find them, you know? You have to be open to, like, excavation. And certainly, Vein Miner makes that way better and way easier. You know, I won't deny that. We're at 20 diamonds, though. Um, I do feel as though I perhaps found more diamonds in my vanilla playthrough than I have here. But that could just be faulty memory. Because I did find so many diamonds. In my vanilla playthrough there, that I could easily have forgotten just how much like tough I actually, you know, went through and mined. Which is quite possible. I did mine a lot of tough. Like, legitimately. I mined like 20,000 blocks of it. Possibly even more. But I mean, you know, you do these large-scale excavations like this, and you're gonna break a lot of the blocks per chunk. And I don't know if diamonds are like guaranteed to spawn every chunk. But I know that they try to spawn every chunk. But I think, like, once they have spawned, they won't, like, try again. So, like, per chunk, there's only one, like, vein of diamonds. So... Boy, we've excavated a lot of stuff down here, though. And I am actually running out of inventory space because of the sheer amount of tuff we just mined through. Not even like something useful, you know? Like, don't get me wrong. Tuff is a good block. And it makes good bricks. It's just like so much stuff. All right. Thanks for that. We've got some glow lichen. Which I am not looking for. This is more iron vein down here. Which, in fairness, if I'm looking for diamonds, it is the way to find them. You know, excavation, especially on the large scale. Oh boy. First off, there's no getting out of here for me. Like, I am definitely lost. Hello, kitty cat. Oh. What'd I tell ya? Just gotta search the big blobs of tough. We got a whopping 3 diamonds. Thanks, game. 3 diamonds from 3 blocks. That's 1 diamond per diamond ore. Oh, nope, there were just more diamonds on the floor. Well, okay, it still wasn't, like, great. I mean, 8's not bad. Made their conclusions about ambition. Cool. So we have now researched the barracks and the mystic site. So 2 new structures that we can now build. Sorry, I know I've been kind of quiet here because just because there's not a lot going on, and so my brain just does not have a lot of stimulation. I am running out of space, though. I have not a bucket. Look at how much we've mined, though. Like, yes, not all of this was, us mining, but, like, still, look at how much freaking we've mined through, Ooh, more diamonds over here. I almost missed those diamonds. How embarrassing would that have been? It's okay. I'm sure all of you saw them. And we're just waiting for me to turn around and go back for those. Well, our inventory is, in fact, actually full. Like, there's nothing more I can do unless I just dump a bunch of this stuff. In fairness, I'm probably going to get up back to the colony and I'll probably have to make a freaking upgrade in order to put these in there. Because there's going to be so much stuff. Yep. There it is. Upgrade. I need to make the template first. I'm gonna spend the diamonds on the tough. Why? Because I have a lot of tough. So, like, it's as simple as that. It really is. I just have a lot of tough. Oh my gosh, and the redstone and the flint are up full now. Suppose I could be making the emerald upgrades. because we have emeralds easy. Flint and redstone. Well, I mean, we found 44 diamonds. That's not bad. It's just not like an amazing amount. Compact. Common. Network storage. Common network storage.
Good to see you.
Give me that back. So it is receiving this wirelessly. But I still don't know how to like connect this. To like my storage system. Like maybe I have to like make it detect this first. Oh, interesting. Can it only detect on the same Y level? Nope, there it is. And now it's seeing it. So now that that's connected, will my cables connect? Or am I still not doing something correctly? That did not connect, no. Maybe it doesn't work anymore. Like, maybe something in this just isn't working anymore. Because, I mean, you can see it's not connecting. Like, even the network cable doesn't connect. If I like... Well, that works. I mean, yeah, I have to freaking break some of the structure. But it does technically work. Network. I need more cables. Storage inventory. And dropper.
Someone please fix my housing situation. This is horrible.
I have no idea how to help them. Okay, well, I mean, I guess that works. Maybe you just don't need that anymore. I am worried that they will, like, break that immediately. You know, when they, like, go to repair stuff. But I don't know. I don't know what else I can do, you know? Why don't we... go ahead and harvest our farms. And then we'll go and check on our villagers and see if chunk loading their area like helped in any way. Level 62. I really could just make an enchanting setup and just use my levels for that and just re-roll because I've got plenty of experience. But that would only last for a little while because I have plenty of experience right now. You know, it's taken us the whole series to get this much experience. So... So do we have any... We have 3, 4 villagers that are all grown up, and then 2 that are waiting to grow up. That is awesome. So they have been working over here on their own. So in that case, what we can do is we will make a trip. I just realized that I still forgot to freaking netherwart, you know? Forgot the freaking netherwart. Forgot to trade the netherwart. Whoops. I don't know how that just affected the video at all. And book. And lectern. And we'll even make a couple of them. And then we'll head back to the village. And we'll talk to Fletcher Man about his stick trades and his flint trades. And then we'll meet with the other Fletcher Man. For the same thing. So now we have plenty of emeralds on us. Well, maybe not plenty, but, you know. So then we'll walk over here to where our lecterns are and say, "Come forth, new librarian." Oh my gosh. I don't know which one is the new one. Come forth, new librarian. Ooh, aqua affinity. I will take that. Then we'll call another librarian. Fire Prot 1, Sweepy Edge, Lure, Punch, Blast Prot 4 at 17 emeralds. I mean, that's not bad. That is not a bad deal. Let's check how many emeralds we have back here. Like, how many extras do we have? Enough to buy maybe another enchant. That said, I do bet that okay, oak is the one that I have the most of at the moment. I do bet that if I grab some sticks like so, I can probably get hang on. I need the grindstone. Let's grind off prot 1 on the legs for blast prot. In order to put on the aqua affinity without it being a waste, I'm gonna have to grind stone that. The prot 2 on that, but it's fine. I just don't want to, you know, waste enchants. Like if I were to put the, yep, all ready to trade again. Like if I were to put the aqua affinity on, like as it was, you know, on that piece, like once I got better protection, like I would have had to remove all of it. So, and I would much prefer to not do that if I can. I have 16 flint, so I can't do anything there. I do have sharpness 5. There's a silk touch, there's efficiency 5, there's blast prot 4, there's regular prot 4, there you go. Oh my gosh, though, there's so many villagers. Can we get a new villager? Who even picked up this job? Nobody? I don't think anybody's picking it up. I think it's too late in the day. Oh my gosh. I may need to consider a way to, like, separate the villagers. Just because there's so many of them. I mean, there's always the box method, I suppose. You know, putting each one into a small square box. So that all they can do is trade, you know? That would take some work. That would take some work. I'm gonna try something. Something I have never tried before. These are strawberry milkshake Pop-Tarts. And I don't have a freezer, but I did put them in the fridge, and it did make them a little cold. So let's see. The verdict is, it's not bad, honestly. But also, I'm really wondering what the heck happened to the iron golems. Like, how did they become so damaged? Entity, smite, piercing, peptide, knockback, fortune 2, aqua affinity again. I wouldn't mind eluding 3. Sharpness 2, smite 4. Sweeping edge 3 is not bad. So I will take it. Oh, there we go. Off to bed they go. There are more beds than there are villagers. Which means there is every chance that we can get more. So let's put prop 4 on the helmet. And some sweepy edge. And we'll make another lectern. Maybe 2. Maybe even 3. We do appear to be out of books. So I'll make just a small handful. You know, more sticks. Because they are admittedly the easiest thing to trade. To get more emeralds, you know. Yeah. These strawberry milkshake Pop-Tarts. They're not bad. I think I kind of agree with the food theorist on that one. Oop. It's not late enough in the day yet. Fire aspect. Piercing. Fire prot. Breach. Unbreaking. Yeah, I'm gonna attempt to not make that mistake again. Oh crap, that was fire prot. I have blast prot, don't I? Regular prot and blast prot. Oh my gosh. And there is something to be said about, like, just getting straight up prot 4 on everything. Like, that is good. But I don't think it's as good as, like, getting one of each type. Now, if respiration were to pop up, looting 3. Done. Nope, and they're still not ready to trade yet. Are there any villagers left that don't have a job? Looks like there may be one. Now, if you would kindly give me something like respiration, you know, so that I can go underwater, that'd be great. I know I did skip over the depth strider, but it's okay. I was glad that I did, because that got us the looting 3. Affinity, sharpness 5, power 3, piercing 1, depth strider 2. Respiration, Riptide. Multi-shot, Luck of the Sea. Whoops, quick charge, Riptide. Fire Prot 4. I don't have enough emeralds for that. And nobody is willing to trade. Like, nobody has restocked yet. It's too early in the day for most of them. Alright, glass. Fire Prot 4. I need 49. Yeah! There we go. Our Fletchers... Whoop. I was going to say, our Fletchers have restocked. And then one had not. But then he did. Needed a little bit more than that, though. Alright, so then we take the fire pot. And then we have one more lectern. But do we have one more free villager? I don't think so. Yes, we do. I see him right over there. Also, I see the baby that's running around, so we would have eventually. Flame. I don't even know what piercing goes on. I would assume a bow. But I don't think so. Multi-shot. Oh, my lord. She really went and did it. She got Smite 5. Except that I haven't the emeralds for it. But what I can do instead is get the sugar cane and turn it into paper. And then we not only get to lock in the trade, but we get emeralds in the process. That said, I do not have as many sugar cane as I would like. I would like to have enough that by the time I'm done collecting, the first have already regrown. But what I could do is, I believe that I need to do a research for it. But there is the plantation, and they will grow sugarcane as well. Oh, here we are. Smite 5. Now we can lock those trades in. And now he's selling lanterns, which is kind of nice. Oh, I haven't applied the looting 3 yet. Okay. But yeah, I need 60 emeralds to get that Smite 5. And I just don't have that right now. Maybe if the Fletchers have recharged. I don't know if the one I checked just now is the guy. That I, like, didn't complete trading with. Okay, yeah, they're restocked. At least he did. I don't know what villagers who... Yeah, okay. Because I don't know like if villagers that you don't like complete trading with, you know. I don't know how that works out. But that does now give me access to the Smite 5. Assuming I can, you know, find the guy. There we go. The problem is that I lose the Sharpness 5 if I apply the Smite 5, right? And so, like, I'd either need to make a new sword, which means getting another looting and another sweeping edge, or I would have to replace the smite and lose out on the sharpness. Which, like, fine. Like, I'd rather have the smite anyway. But that doesn't change the fact that having sharpness, you know, is nice. That said, if I got another efficiency 5, I could make the Silk Touch pickaxe. Actually, my boots already have Fire Prot 2. So, I think I will just replace that. And that really just leaves the projectile protection. %60 less burning time. Looting and... Oh, I can't put the Smite 5 on without actually removing... Cool, so I guess I gotta make a whole new sword then. Because otherwise it won't let me... I don't really want to waste the enchants, you know? So... But that's right. Having the sharpness is fine. So... Hooray! Leather! And lots of raw beef. Goodness. And I mean, you've already got steak on the menu, right? So, like, when you start to run low, you could just order more. You are out of baked potatoes, though. Which, in fairness, understandable. So am I. But also, oh, voice crack. But also, our farm should be producing potatoes by now. They do, in fact, have potatoes. Also, I don't like how much blue there is over here. Oh, hey, I can make compost out of the poisonous potatoes. That's kind of nice. You don't need to request fertilizer. Got 110 potatoes. Really? So hey, wait. Then where's the baked potatoes? We're putting the potatoes in there. But then if you're putting the potatoes in there, then the courier should be collecting them. Which means that they should be going, the potatoes should be going to the warehouse. But they're not? Where is all of the potatoes going? He supposedly has collected 100 and some odd potatoes. There's only 33 potatoes in here. So where did all the potatoes go? Like, I would assume that they would be getting sent to the chef. But he didn't have any baked potatoes. Maybe it's because he doesn't have any charcoal. Because I told him not to use regular coal. So that might be the problem. Like, he might not have any fuel. And so, therefore, is not... Like he's not producing anything. Can charcoal only go into the regular furnace? I see. Import cable. I'm gonna do something. Filtered import cable.
Someone please fix my housing situation. This is horrible.
It's horrible. Export cables. Stone. Just make a full stack of those. Cable. Network cable. 1, 2, 3. Export cable. Which requires a piston. So then, remember how we have these cables down here? What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put down these two furnaces. We're going to export. That only went to 1. That sucks. Out. Fire. We'll do that then. Oh, hey, some coal. Not a bad deal. I need some cobblestone so I can fill this in. Nope, want that. And then I need some network cable. And we'll send cable to here and to here. And we'll send cable to here and there. And then we'll grab our filtered import cables. And we'll put them at the bottom.
Not good enough for you?
That's interesting. I definitely don't need those 2 network cables there in that case. But of course, it's going to be a pain. Okay. So now, what we do is let's tell it to export. Okay, I can't do that. Let's tell it to export spruce log. And it to be doing. And then we'll tell it to export coal. And then our filtered import, we'll set these to allow. And we'll say the only thing I want allowed to be imported is charcoal. Except that I did that wrong. Because I need the imports to not be connected to this system. Question is how do I do that while still connecting everything else? Well, I think I may have built this in a most inopportune space. Thought putting it here would make this easier, but it's actually not. It's actually making it more difficult. And that would be one reason why. Yeah, if I hadn't built it here, I could definitely do this way better. Whoops. It's fine. It's fine. It's for the best. Okay, let's try this again. So first, let me just fill this in. I'm gonna want this to connect. And let's do it this way. You want furnace 1 here and furnace 2 there. You want imports here. And then, no, I can't go straight up because the other cables will be there. So come straight down instead. Okay, I can do that. Yes. You can piggyback off of this system. Export, export, network cable, network cable. Okay, that works. That hooks all of this up and then sends it back upwards. And so, charcoal, I'll just take it all out. Don't know that the stack thing is like it could. I don't know if that's could become a problem, so I'd rather not necessarily put like a numbered stack like that in, just in case. Then we can put coal to import on this side. And to import on this side. And then we tell it to export the spruce log There's no way to make dripstone, right? So what this should now do, if I set it up right, is it will deposit spruce log into the furnace, turn it into charcoal, and then send it up to my colonists. And then my colonists should receive it and in doing so, they should then be able to cook because they can use charcoal for cooking. And now the biggest issue is simply keeping a rotation of spruce logs at all times. Not necessarily a difficult task once we have a forester. Oh my gosh, really? 53 chops? Are you for real? You know, I lowered this down to 0.5 because I thought, you know, half of a tree. It shouldn't be that bad that you would need to chop half of a tree. And now I find myself being corrected. Because I now find myself needing to do 50 chops and freaking 45 chops. Yeah, see if I had Smite 5. Those would have been insta-kill. How's another 43 chops sound? I don't feel like this is fun. Like, perhaps I'm simply misunderstanding some element of this. I'm sorry. 81 chops? 81 chops? I mean, it's 161 blocks. I get that. Like, 81 is half of that, but like, what? Like, that's so many chops. Like, that was so many chops. Like, that was so many freaking chops to cut down that tree. I'm thinking efficiency on the axe might not be a bad idea. If we're gonna have to do, like... And think about that, like, the original pack would have required 161 chops. Like... That's just the way it would have been. It would have required 161 chops. Like, that's so many chops. $408 log. I do wonder if I should make this system self-sustaining. Like, instead of draining my spruce log from here, right? So that I then end up with no spruce log all the time. And then I need spruce log. Like, maybe I should make it so that it imports and exports out of just their inventory. I think that might not be a bad idea, honestly. And I don't need all this extra in that case. I just need this little loop here. Because these are all connected together. And then these are connected together separately. You know, they're technically separate. But then I could just do that. And boom. And then I can basically, you know, put some in there and be like, hey, this is what I want, you know? Yes, it's 32 each. That's what I figured. Like, I could put some spruce logs in here, right? And then that, you know, they're good. Now, I have to ask, why is the chef not requesting food from the warehouse? Because, like, charcoal, so, like, he has the charcoal.
You are so wise.
So now
So what will it
he's
be for you?
requesting potatoes. So then, why are the couriers not delivering said potatoes? The couriers have no potatoes. Uh-oh, somebody is sick.
Good to see you.
1 carrot, 1 potato.
Good to see you. Ugh, this headache is...
So, what's going on with the potatoes? Over here, exactly. There are 55 potatoes. Somehow you've collected 229 potatoes. So where are all your where did all those potatoes go? I mean, maybe some of that went back into the planting. So then, oh, here comes a courier. Do they only come over when there's a full stack? I picked up the poisonous potatoes. And didn't even take the full stack. My bad. I mean to block you. Also, I kind of love how they actually do use the path blocks to get to where they're going. So then now she's going to drop off the potatoes. Right? And then Keeley here is then going to take the potatoes. And the charcoal, I'm assuming. To the chef. And she's going to drop off the charcoal and the potatoes. And now he's going to use the charcoal to cook the potatoes. Hooray! He's making potatoes. How about that? Very good, very good. And all of this other stuff is still nerfed. I see. So the mod I added that's designed to remove those nerfs didn't actually remove any of the nerfs. Hey look, Brett. Up to Resistance level 4, really? Well, that's annoying. Meanwhile, the only foods that are good are anything that are vanilla or Minecolonies. All of this vanilla cookbook stuff, like it doesn't even do. So like, what's even the point of having all of it? If it's not even gonna do. Yep, I need research to get the plantation. That's what I figured. But what I can do is we should now be able to make the barracks. And I think this is where I will, kind of end it off at. In that I'm going to take the barracks. And I have no idea where I'm actually going to put it. Kind of depends how big it is. probably massive, knowing the fact that, you know, it's a barracks. It is. It's massive. That's, that was kind of understandable. That was, that was a fairly obvious thing that was going to happen, to be totally honest. Or you could do the even bigger one with the alternative barracks. It's bloody freaking massive, is what it is. Okay, I thought the barracks had an opening on both sides, but it don't. It only have an opening on one side. The idea of putting it here to then have you travel through it won't work. I have to connect this island. But I think if I built it here, it would be doable. I think that'll work. I mean, I need to go get some cobblestone. And I probably need like 2 stacks for that. And now we're 4 hours into this video. So I do think this is where I will have to consider ending at I did want to edit this hill anyway. Especially with what I had to do to get the dining hall in. Like, unfortunately, it's just not going to work. To have this, like, big water area. 9 chops for 18 block. I guess that's not too bad. Somebody's going to be upset at the fact that I just keep breaking the small drip leaf. Without any, like, thought or, like, attempt to collect. And I'm just like, I don't even care. So then if we downgrade it to level 1, this is roughly what it will look like. Roughly because, you know, there's a lot of, you know, stuff in there that won't be. Like all the sugar cane that's right here. I don't remember what the plantation requires. Wow. I mean, it's efficient. It do be efficient. To the 5th power, even. Okay. Well, I will collect all of the resources that we need. That's actually not that bad in a current way of resources. 28 birch slab, 4 birch plank, 2 cobble, 71 birch fence, 4 ladders, 105 birch logs, 127 dirt. So I need to build it to it manually or build it closer to existing builders. Oh dear. I don't have a builder out here. I completely forgot that I don't have a builder in this corner. In fact, I think I might even be placing this in the spot. Well, no. No, the builder would be this chunk down here. See, that's where they are over there. But yeah, I'd have to put them right over here. Here, Constance. Let's have you do it then. So we start with the dirt. Because they needed 127 of it. Our birch slabs. We need 28 of. Birch planks. Some cobblestone. Birch fences. That should be 70 something. We need ladders. We need birch logs. And that's that. That should be all the resources that they need. And so now I've tossed them into the system, into the warehouse. And now the couriers will just automatically deliver all of the materials to the builders for me, and I don't have to deal with that. So I have no potatoes. But yeah, next time when we return, there should be a barracks. Or, you know, it'll still be in construction, one of the two. It depends on if I do any off-camera work. If I don't, then the next time I get on, it'll just be there, you know? Like, or if I don't, then the next time I get on, you know? Then, you know, then they will build it. don't want to eat the raw potatoes. I definitely don't want to eat the poisonous potatoes. Cool. Lots of potatoes. Alright. I'm gonna go ahead and get some potatoes going. Meanwhile, I hope that you all have enjoyed. If you have, feel free to subscribe. You can check the playlist for any of the episodes or any of the videos that you might have missed. You can come out to twitch.tv/SereneInc so that you can catch any of the videos that you might have missed. I'm saying that completely wrong. Check the playlist for any episode, for any of the videos you might have missed. Come on up to twitch.tv/SereneInc where I normally stream live. With the move and now, you know, the internet, it just, us discovering that the internet is kind of poo here. You know, I'm working on getting things going. So hopefully I can get back to, you know, semi-regular streams. In fact, I believe the day that this goes up, I should be obtaining the Wi-Fi booster. And if so, then probably Saturday streams would return. So, aka tomorrow for all of you. But yeah, I guess with that, I will hopefully see you all next time. Yay, baked potatoes! See you later. 4 seconds. 2, 1. Potatoes!